Hello. Hello and good evening. Hi, Jeb. It is. It is Palace from the Internet. Hello, how are you? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. This is my Phoenix Wright cosplay. 2 cats! Amazing. Incredible. What a blessing. That's one more cat than I saw today, and the cat that I saw today hates me. So, you know, that's great. Hello, welcome. Let's see. Was there any housekeeping? Was there any housekeeping? I don't think so. Other than what I mentioned last week, which is that there may not be a stream next week, and if there is, it will be a quiet one. And I'll probably be playing Terra Nil. Oh, I see. Still, a blessing. Because they released a big new update fairly recently. And I haven't touched it. I have not touched it. Not one bit. And if it turns out to be terrible, we have several backup plans. So that's that. I think that's it. I think that's all of the housekeeping that I had. And it wasn't even new housekeeping. Yeah, sure. If there was anything else important I wanted to say, I probably would have remembered it. If it was really important, I would have remembered. Certainly. Positively. Probably. Anywho. No, not Tara Bill. Did I say Bill? If I said Bill, I meant nil. Oh, I get it. It took me a second, but I get it. Good. Wonderful. I'm a little slow on the uptake sometimes, but I get it. That was good. We got there. Okay. Previously on Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, we had a case where a young man named Clay Terran, Apollo Justice's, that guy over there, his best friend, was killed at the Cosmos Space Center. And we successfully got our client, Mr. Solomon Starbuck, acquitted for the crime, which is the good news. The bad news is we did so by presenting a piece of evidence. Oh yeah, his very good friend. They were roommates. Oh my god, they're roommates. We presented a piece of evidence. It was a lighter with the victim's fingerprints on it. Fingerprints made in the victim's blood. And there, 10. We presented this as decisive evidence that it could not have been our client. And we successfully, I think for the first time in the history of this series, we successfully acquitted someone without indicating someone else, without also being like, it wasn't our client because it was this person. and they're standing here in court and they just had a breakdown and confessed to the crime. I think this is the first time where we did a normal court thing and we're just like, our client is innocent because XYZ, and the judge was like, yeah, sure, bang bang, not guilty. And yeah, sure, all right. I welcome this. However, we failed to Mr. Detective Fulbright. I kept wanting to say Foolbright, which is Black Quill's nickname for him. Detective Fulbright was so excited that it wasn't our client that he forgot to actually look at whose fingerprints they were, and the fingerprints belonged to Miss Athena Sykes, our girl over there, what with the orange hair. So that was strange and unusual, and the court descended into chaos. R10? I can ban you. Hello, Mittens. I'm gonna get you, R10. You're gonna get got. Some way, somehow. Gonna get you. Anyway, so yes. Athena is in a very bad position now because we just proved that whoever was holding that lighter was definitely the killer. Except, you know. Lol? JK? Psych? Take backsies? Never mind. You already said he's not guilty, and I'm assuming that the law of double jeopardy exists in Japanifornia here, and you cannot be charged again for the same crime. And also, point values are doubled. So, oops. Oopsie poodles. Bad news there. So, exactly. So, yeah. It is. Okie dokie. Let me have this. We're never seeing him again. We're never seeing him again. If he shows up in Spirit of Justice, right? Spirit of Justice? Spirit of Justice. Then I will eat my words, and I will do so joyfully. But I seriously doubt it. Okay. Turnabout for tomorrow. Case 5. Episode 5. Turnabout for tomorrow. No one can escape their past. The sins we've committed and the sadness we've caused. No matter how far we run, our past remains, as ever-present as the moon in the sky. Oh, sweet boy. We never did find out what happened to his eye, because it was unrelated to the explosion, apparently. That It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. That's not how the moon works. Okay. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on in hope towards tomorrow. Turnabout for tomorrow. Ba-ba! Roll credits. That is Amore Jab. December 20th, 1:23 p.m. Write Anything Agency. It's 123. I love when that happens. They took Athena from the courtroom straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. And just like that, I've downed both of my assistants. It's quiet. Too quiet. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. Oh. But now, Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. Well, at least Trucy hasn't been accused of any crimes yet. It's even quieter in here than usual. Yeah. It seems so empty, too. We're killing it. We're nailing it. I hope he doesn't, because that would mean that he has a 3D model, and I don't need to see that. I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe it was. At least based on what we know. But now, Athena's the one who's being accused. Flashback, well, I guess not 5 seconds ago. During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. I mean, okay, fine. I mean, I did my own recap, but I guess they're gonna do one for me. I think mine was pretty good, but we'll see. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder. But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Ugh, where's the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy? Of course I will. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. The trial is tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I'd better get out there and find some evidence. Off we go, then. We're on a hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence. Great, but before we go, I'd better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Let's take a look at all the things we have. Unnecessary evidence left at the office. Yeah, alright, we have a few less things. Athena's probably still in the middle of being questioned. So Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. I guess presenting your attorney's badge is like your quick trick, huh, Daddy? So it's just a trick to you, huh? Well, you are one of the talents in our Wright Anything agency, after all. But I have to say that an attorney's badge won't get many laughs. You'd be surprised. I don't care if I get laughs, as long as I can clear my client's name. That's a good one, Daddy. I'm no match for you, though, Trucy. Pat, pat. Okay. I mean, I can still go there. Nothing will happen. Okay, fine. Nothing will really happen. I don't know. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, hang on. How do I look? How's my tie? How's my hair? Do I look okay? December 20th, Cosmos Space Center entrance. Damn it. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute? Galactic scooter! Full speed ahead! Alright, bye. Director! He scooted away. His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy. Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. Alright, well, fuck me. Goodbye. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center. Boarding lounge. We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey! Still the tape on the floor. Oh, hello! Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... What's wrong? Thought he'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. You saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. Oh, baby. She's gotta be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. It's the future she can see. It's emotions she can see. That's so Athena, mysterious to me. Yeah. Yep, that's she. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they can put me in prison instead. I don't mind. We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. I was mentally preparing. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm gonna give her the best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be all right with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo has a fine boss to look up to. Yeah, about him. Anyway, oh, hang on. I'm an attorney. Look at my look at my badge. Damn it. No, it's all right. All right, fine. So, about the murder. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. Hello, Viz. How are you? So there never was gonna be a launch that day. Not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew? I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. But I guess that's about how it goes when you're worth less than space debris. Is he gonna be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. Some people are depressed, Trucy. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Well, things for us here in the real world are going great. Things for Athena... Let's see. Apollo is still, ignoring his grief over losing his best friend. Athena has been arrested. Those aren't the fingers I'm holding up, but it looks like I'm doing like a whatever. Anyway, Athena has been arrested for the murder of said best friend, and Phoenix Phoenix is having a time. I know. She's doing so great. So yeah, in short, things are going really great. Oh yeah. I can... Hang on, wait.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
It's exactly like my Japanese animes. Congratulations on your acquittal. I'm so happy for you. That's the end of the bit. Did you love it? I liked it. Ooh woo. I'm master of the quick change. Only saw a shadow figure in the dark. Favorite bit on the Citadel? My goodness. On Citadel Station. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police, though. They said they never did find a 10 caliber gun down that trash chute. Just as I thought, the culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. So was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck? Excuse me, you couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door? Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. The door to Launchpad 1, right? Yeah, except right now the door leads to the Space Museum. You mean the Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. They're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure, just let me have my print scanned here. Two! Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times. But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Right. Because, quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear you. Times sure are tough. Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door. Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around. Yeah, okay, sure. I guess we'll need your hand to get in and out. Hello? Huh? I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here. Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. There are lots of trees around the Space Center. Hello, bird! Hello! Hello, welcome! Hey, hi, 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 hi! Hello! I'm pointing! Hello! Welcome! She's right. It's a modern state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. But I don't know. If they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes, wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on. Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor, and they came in that way. Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know? Oh, that's a get up and stretch time. Everybody get up and stretch. Okay. I'm still sus of that pod over there that's open. So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame. So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either? That's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints. Oh, I did just eat dinner. No, I can't even think about food. I just ate dinner. And they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into Boarding Lounge 2. Ooh, maybe if they have... Do they have pie? Do they have pie at IHOP? I forgot. I think I'm thinking of, I don't know, Denny's or something. A milkshake. Ooh, yeah, milkshake. Milkshake would be good. I haven't had a milkshake in forever. Milkshake. Oh, Launchpad 1 door lock. Updated lock report. Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. And I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. So then... Oh, right. Huh? No. Yeah? Do you know anything about anything? Oh. Clay always used to cheerfully greet me in a loud voice. And he did vocal exercises every morning, sometimes until he was hoarse, right? Exactly. You could always hear him, even through the wall. Hey, wait a minute. Did you know Clay? No, but like attracts like, as they say. Yeah. Okay, well, I guess I'll go back to the entrance? Okay. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center entrance. Curse the wretch who sullied my good name! Reverse course and full speed away! Director Cosmos, wait! I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that! Did you just... The mobility system has been compromised. Trucy, what did you do? Trucy, what did you do? Trucy's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires? When did she get knives? Why is she so good at throwing them? Ma'am? Ma'am, you're 16. Ma'am? Okay. A knife! Okay. And the streak continues. How many... Trucy doll, how many... You know what? I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. If I don't know how many there have been, then I'm not complicit. We're moving on. Bleh? Bleh? Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing. My dear old battleship. We fought many a skirmish together. It has been an honor. Daddy, he's gonna blow that thing up! Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again. Very well, I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably. Ooh. Oh. Oh, now I really want a milkshake. Oh. Hey, I'm an attorney. Excuse me. I'm an attorney. Look at my badge. Damn it. Nah. Don't care about my badge at all. Director Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. Flashback to that thing you just said. I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with. Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner. You got at least a 3-lock secret, my dude. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I'll have to undo his psych locks if I want to get to the bottom of this. Wha-bam!
Take that!
Take it! Behind the switching of the launch pads. I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the two launch pads. I refuse. You can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone. I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now let's see, where to start? This is how you explained your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it to save the astronauts. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket far away from the actual explosion. My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing? I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the space museum. I figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off. Robot?
Take that!
It wasn't this person, was it? Okay, well... Okay, hang on. I did say it wasn't this person. I still contend that without this... Okay, fine. Was Clay in on it?
Take that!
Oh. You must have gotten Mr. Terran to help you. You stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then, with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum. Ah! Someone please help this poor prisoner of war! How was he able to spin around like that? If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch? If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone to all that trouble? I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. But how did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident? Well, that's because... I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronaut safety. But it was just a warning. It could even have been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely? Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days. You fucking what? Oh? I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone. Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see. It's a phone. AKA a regular old telephone. It's been a while. Planning another launch? I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call. The bomber said, it's been a while. And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously. Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before? Maybe. The culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident. The Hat One Miracle, right? The Hat One Miracle, that epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few knew about the previous plot, so when the caller said, "It's been a while," you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real, and it wasn't a prank! Ah! Didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? I can't believe it either. Yes, the Hat One Miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight. Sabotage, murder, so this is the ugly truth behind the Hat One Miracle. I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught, and that the case was closed. Huh? Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit. Hi, Simon.
Take that!
Simon Blackquill, the murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. Well, you thought that he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackquill was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackquill. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time. How can you keep seeing straight through me? Whee! This man is dead. Gotti. Now then. Spill the tea. The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat One Miracle. The sabotage and murder that happened at this space center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding. If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads. Oh. We'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago. 7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat 1 miracle? I'm glad I didn't give this guy a funny voice now, because he's doing a lot of talking. The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme. So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. Ooh. Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism. All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. What do you mean, those days? Hang on, what do you mean, those days? Do you mean to imply that it's less strict now, after the terrible things happened? My dude. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. Yeah, funny you should mention that. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. Say it. Out loud. A vampire. To put it simply, spy. A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions? And always gets the girl? Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. No, she's been playing Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Now available for the PlayStation 3? 2? Now available at your local video game retailer. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. A spy. Thank you. Spy. Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. Do you mean to say, Mr. Cosmos, that the ends justify the means? 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of sabotage. The same MO as this time. Yes, and here I thought the perpetrator had been caught. It looks like I was wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? He's a samurai. Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? By which I mean to say he's a weeb. But there's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that someone had cut a bloody path, that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy. Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation. They did indeed. Then, to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story. And that was the Hat 1 miracle, wasn't it? But then, 7 years later, the same MO. Advance warning of sabotage? Advance warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. Hello, Vic. How are you? Bar backing. Just like 7 years ago. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it? That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. It was quite a moving speech, actually. Moving? Really? Maybe if you're as easily inspired by political talking points. If you're easily inspired by political talking points. But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then, I put a closed for repair sign at the door to launch pad 1 in boarding lounge 2. You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do? I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Taryn. But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it? He'd already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. So I drugged him. As one does. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until... Clay's murder, huh? After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out. But after all that effort, Taryn is dead, and the hat too is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast. Hi, Raph, how are you? But hang on. No, the Hope capsule made it out. My home, the center of the cosmos. My beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for! Wait, what did he mean by the Hope capsule was lost in that blast? I thought that the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Taryn. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Taryn's murder. The capsule was being held in a safe in Launchpad 1. But I gave it to Taryn before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that with it safely in Taryn's possession, you could make it look like you rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost to that explosion anyway. But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe. Yeah, and then he died. You misunderstand. Launchpad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. Ah. And then, oh, that's unfortunate. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence. It was blown to smithereens. That's unfortunate. Yet another casualty of that blast. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads. What? How? The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship. A tap on my advanced communication system. A wire on that phone? Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. That seems very insecure. That doesn't seem like a secure line at all. Just to the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion. Wait. And planted the bomb then. Yes, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So you really think the same spies behind this incident and the one 7 years ago? Yes, I'm sure of it. Then this spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackquill has been chasing. But Prosecutor Blackquill told me once, what? Hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. Still. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center, too. So if we can find this phantom, that's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackquill, too. What about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackquill is innocent. That's still an if, though. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. Oh, we know! Don't worry, Trucy. We're aware. We're very aware. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in. It's all over for me. Spin, spin, whirl, whirl, I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed. Do you think he's gonna be alright, Daddy? Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Kuro, 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 kuro. Gura, gura. Guru, guru, guru. But, I mean, he's not my boyfriend. I don't even like him. Ew. I like his sister. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission, too. If you want to learn more, start with a space museum. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me, I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds. That can't be good for him. It's like he's achieved spiritual enlightenment or something. Something like that. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. He's just gonna keep going, huh? Hey, can I present things to you now? Oh, hey, he stopped. Oh, hey, I got him to stop. I'm a hero. Museum. Oops. December 20th, Space Museum, whatever. Let's see, where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? Why do I have a horrible feeling that that jacket belonged to the murder victim? Why do I have a horrible feeling that that jacket belonged to the person who was murdered? It's got a big old stab wound in it, and now it's on display. Oh. Oh. It is, isn't it? It is, isn't it? Oh boy. There, that's the Hat 1 exhibit. Oh wow, look at that photo of the team. Unrelated stab wound. There's Clay and Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura Blackquill, and even Ponko. Yeah, and a mysterious additional woman who we haven't met yet. Gee, I wonder where she is. But I've never seen the woman on the right before. One second, let me just... Aw. Aw, look at Ponko all beat up. It is Aura! There she is! She looks lovely. And she's smiling! Wow! And it's not even like a sardonic, I'm fed up with the world, but it's hilarious smile, you know? Laughing at the cruel irony of the universe or whatever. Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos. He looks happy in his own way. Let's check out the newspaper article too. Hat 1 launch imminent. And there's a photo of the Hope space probe. Hey, look, a sharp object. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. Yeah, they really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket. It must be the Hat 1 team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by a Hat 1 team member, it says. Not a replica, huh? Wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks? Hat 1 exhibit added to the court record. Hello? Oh, hello. Miss Woods, what brings you here? I heard Thena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here, at the scene. You must be so worried, but rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her. Thena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her. Oh, coming back, you say? Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center? What, you didn't know? She used to live here? When she was a little girl. She lived here. She lived here. She lived here? She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Miss Wood, could you tell me more in detail? But first, I'm an attorney. Look at my badge. I don't know anything about it. Oh, whatever. Oh, no, stop coughing. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to bother you. Fine. Tina's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that. Doctor of psychology, huh? Doctor of psychology, huh? No, that's fine. I'm sure it's fine. But why was a psychology specialist working at a space research facility? I don't really know. Great. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Athena lived here too. So it was far from Athena's first time here. Wonder why she didn't mention it. Oh, you know, trauma. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her. Space madness. Sad memory. A sad memory. Can you tell me about it? There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago. Of course it was. Same time frame as the Hat 1 launch. Thena's mom, in the robotics lab. She was murdered. So how sad was it? So sad they made a movie. No, not the book, the movie. What? After it happened, Athena stopped coming to school. Poor Athena. And all this time, she never let on at all. I was so worried about her. I came here so many times hoping to see her. Later, Mittens. But I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. History will say that they were very good friends. And so the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case? That's right, and I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person, so cheerful and happy. What was Athena like as a child? She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. Huh. Wow, she really did change, huh?
She liked to draw and paint at home.
That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it.
She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around.
Must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones.
Aw. They're like bunny ears. I'm sure that won't be evidence later.
She said her mother made them for her, as part of her research.
Benoi! Huh, wonder what kind of research it was.
Because of her special ability, Fina couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories.
Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center.
Oh, Daddy! Show her that picture!
Atta girl, good idea. Take that. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me? Look at this photograph.
Oh, look! There's Thena's mom! The woman on the far right. The one in the kimono.
That's Dr. Metis Sykes.
Metis Sykes.
Metis. Sykes? Wonder what her maiden name was. Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch?
What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall.
Metapsyche? I guess. Metapsyche?
As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch.
Just as I suspected. That wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean that the crime prosecutor Black Quill was convicted of? The murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case.
There is?
Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. And please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her.
So we need to investigate the robotics lab, and also talk to Athena. We've got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through. The detention center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. Oh, I see! I see. Okay, that explains it. Thank you. December 20th. I was like, yeah, we just established that. Got it. December 20th, Detention Center Visitors Room. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on business? To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tenate, the one behind the courtroom bombing incident. He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. And what he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over to hear more. Incredible? What was he saying? Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself? I got other people to talk to, and I don't like that guy. Really? Us? Are you sure? Aha! I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now. Oh, God. The nymph. Boo. Boo!
You. What nerve you have to come here?
Was that audible at all? That was so quiet. It was not worth it. It was not worth it for the bit. You, what nerve? Very quiet, very... Damn it! You, what nerve you have to come here? You're here to laugh at me, I suppose. Like I'd waste my breath on you. Get his ass! Ugh. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Violence? No. Question? Okay. No violence? Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. I... Fine, then just answer me this, Mr. Tenate. Oh yeah! I realized last time that, I realized the joke. I realized the joke! She's a bomb specialist. She deactivates bombs. She disarms them. She can disarm. Can disarm! She can disarm! Can disarm fit in your... What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room. Yeah, he is. What are you talking about? What? What? Thank you, bird. Don't worry about it. Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. What? I don't know who it was. But that's who blew up the courtroom. You expect us to buy that? Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any Cyclops. So I guess he must not be lying. Pardon me, I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth, I did not detonate that bomb. And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Son of a bitch. The rock! I don't know the significance of it. But look at the swirly rock. Son of a bitch. Alright. Sure. Wow, they've laid it all out piece by piece. Oh, look at all of those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them, Uh-oh, looks like his geek switch has been activated. He's having some kind of reaction. Phony Fanty bomb added to the court record. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwheel's special brand of questioning. Anything but that. I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes.
You're gonna see Athena now?
That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. Ha 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 ha. What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her. And after we came all this way, too. Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy. Alright, sounds like a plan. Judgetron? Judgetron. JT-02. Judge Tron. Alright. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center Robotics Lab. So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge. And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots... Daddy, look! Over there! Okay, for real this time. How do I look? How's my hair? My tie? We good? How's my badge? Is it shiny? Fuck, she hates my badge. Don't look at my badge! Oh. I'm happy to see you, but you're not who I wanted to see. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Oh, hi. Hi. Hello, ma'am. How are you? How are you today? Hi. Hi. Hello, Miss Black Quill. How are you today? Gosh, it's so funny seeing you here in this place where you work. It's such a weird coincidence, isn't it? Hi. Hello. Hi. Hello, ma'am, madam. Have you? Yeah. How's your plans to, like, you know? How are your plans? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Oh yeah, she's definitely supposed to be British like Black Quill. Shit. No, not gonna do it. Apollo and Aura Black Quill. I wonder what they're talking about. Well, come to spoil our fun. Just when I was enjoying our alone time. Trucy and Mr. Wright. If it's Apollo you want, you can have him. He said he's investigating. You can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. Nope. No. Intrusive thoughts, no. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed. And they all lived happily ever after. Daddy, say something to her! And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? Princess, huh? Guess she's talking about Athena. Of course, Athena's innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? Never, R10. I don't know yet. Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate. We still never established what happened to his eye. Can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? All this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sickbay? Mr. Terran? That's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. I don't like that we're talking about ghosts. And fucking Cosmos was discussing how he went to a spirit medium earlier. I don't like this. I don't like it. Because as previously established in previous games, ghosts are real. Ghosts are real, and at least some spirit mediums are legit. And they can talk to ghosts. Ghosts are real. Magic, not real. Ghosts, very real. Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran. Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran. I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts. Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. Right. And I'm a spirit... Right, saying as you gotcha. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. Hey, about that. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? Whatever you want. Hello, Matthew. How are you? I'd like to hear about that incident, too. It helped me understand the current case better. Huh? Apollo knows about that case, too? Well, if you're the one who's asking Apollo. Come on, hunk of junk. You tell the story. But Miss Aura, that's private information. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Zappy! Yeah! Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. Hi, Fluffy. I'm sorry to hear about your internet. It's our favorite song again. I am ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information. Wow, what a magic trick! He's like a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger then. Yikes, better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Clonko. And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Metis Sykes. Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing? Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend humans. Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Oh my god, were they roommates too? They were roommates! Oh my god. They were roommates! This is huge. Nobody could continue Metis's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two navigation companions are all that are left of Metis here on Earth. The robots are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. Apollo knows! What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh.
But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat.
Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. Well, that's good. Klonko is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better.
What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body.
Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that?
The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too.
These bodies are really just peripherals. So I can do anything I want to them.
I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things.
But why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So Daddy's gonna find out who killed Dr. Sykes too! That was the wrong thing to say, Trucy.
I'm sure you're aware of who Metis's killer is.
Yes, Prosecutor Blackquill. Or so it seems.
That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it?
I can't say anything for sure right now. But that's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of it, to help me be sure. She can certainly try, R10.
I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court.
Edge.
Edge.
Ah, Prosecutor Blackwell's forte. His infamous power of suggestion technique.
Exactly. And he was oddly serious about it, rather than a teacher-student relationship. He treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign.
What a fucking weeb. Huh. He seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me.
He even got along well with that miserable little princess.
Why do you call Athena the princess anyway?
Well, she is Metis's daughter after all, although she's nothing like her.
Besides,
doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around?
Oof! Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now.
So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh?
That settles it then. What does it settle?
None of your business. Just forget you heard anything.
How long are you people gonna hang around in here anyway?
What? But we came here to take a look around.
You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant. She knows her rights. Oh, good. Oh, and she has a breakdown animation. I'm sure that won't come into play later at all. We're not the police, so we don't have one? Then get out. Now. Klonko, show them out. Certainly, Miss Aura. Ow! Don't push! My apologies, I'm just following orders. Ah! Man. She didn't even do it herself. Not a robot to do it. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center entrance. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman! What's with that horrible attitude? That's true, Matthew. It could never be. She could never. She could never. I guess that's just how she is. And why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes.
I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all.
He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? I'm gonna go keep an eye on him. Hey, wait! Trucy, come back! She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office. Alone. After I get up and stretch. Oh, okay then. Back to the office. December 20th, Write Anything Agency. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. Must be tired. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's a letter doing here? Hey, Nick, it's been a while, huh? Miss me? I know this handwriting. I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom? That must have really been something, although weirdest part for the course with you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part in my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Yours truly, Maya Fey. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Aww. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Aww. Believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. This Magatama I use on Cyclox, Maya's the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here. Mr. Nick? Ah! Ah! Oh, look at you! Ah! Ah! Pearly! Ah! Oh, look at you in 3D! Oh, and you're grown up now! Ah! Oh, she grew up, and she's in 3D. Oh, baby. Baby. Oh, precious. So precious. Oh, it's you, Pearls. Yeah! Pearls! Pearls, pearl, 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 pearl! I'm an attorney, look at my badge! When I see you wearing your attorney's badge like that, oh hang on, do I do Snake's voice for her? Hee hee, when I see you wearing your attorney's badge like that. It brings back such memories. Oh, stop, she's adorable. I remember you helping me conduct my investigations from time to time. I'm glad I can help again. Thanks. You always provide such great assistance. I'll do my best to live up to Mystic Maya's standard. I don't know what I'd do if Pearls wasn't here right now. Oh, baby. Pearls!
How have you been, Mr. Nick?
This is Pearl Faye, though I call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old. But Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. Hang on, wait. Oh, she's not on our record yet. Age, deceased, thanks. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you?
I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked.
We left it unlocked when... Okay.
But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different.
She's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on.
Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick.
Did you read the postscript on the letter? I did not. Huh? There's more? Oh yeah, here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office.
So Pearlie said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You'd better thank her.
Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls. Thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls.
Now that I'm here, I'm gonna whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all.
I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackquill if I want to learn more about his case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center. Great. Is she here now? Yay! She's 17! Oh! She's all grown up now! And she's basically the same age as Trucy. Oh, I see. Hey kid, you want to see a dead body? No, you've seen plenty. What am I saying? Detention center! December 20th, detention center, visitors room. I mean, it feels like it's a very Ace Attorney thing to do, right? To be like, oh yeah, this person that did this thing, this person did this horrible crime, and we definitely proved it. And now here they are, serving the time for their crime. Except, psych, turns out they didn't do it. It's very Ace Attorney of them. I figured it was a 50-50. Well, like a 75-25. Maybe more. Maybe more. Point is, there was a significant chance that he was in fact innocent of the crime that he was charged for. Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. All this time and you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. Oh, hi. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Oh god, front-facing Blackquill. Front-facing Blackquill is not real, but he can hurt me. I don't like it. I don't like it here. His eyes look very weird. I don't like it here. Front-facing Blackquill can hurt me. As in he's able to, not I want him to. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackquill. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackquill, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? I don't like that look. Stop it. You need to stop. Ugh. We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. Alright, fine. I see you're just not going to listen no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Bye. Bye, I love you. Ugh. Wow. I could cut the tension with a katana. Speaking of cutting things. Right, Dono. It looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, he did. You bounced back to business quick. Nice, Fluffy. Prosecutor Blackquill, forgive me, but it was the just thing to do! But, as a result, Sykes Stoner was arrested. Was that the just thing to do, too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. The real Matt on guard? My goodness. Thank you for following from jail. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it. Now this face is better. He's upset, and I like that. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you, right, Dono? This is blade-proof glass, right? Excuse me, hi. I don't know if you know this, Mr. Blackquill, but I'm an attorney. Look at my badge. How can you call yourself a lawyer if you can't even protect your own subordinates? Ugh. I swear I'll get her acquitted. You'll see. Your mind must be as dense as the hair on your head. Don't you dare talk to me about hair. Do you really think it will be so easy? I'm more than aware of how hard it's going to be, thank you very much. I didn't like that sentence. I'm gonna move on. Bad mouthfeel. Hated that. Prosecutor Blackquill, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. Some of them do, some of them don't. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 Years Past, aren't you? You villain. Where did you hear about that? This glass is absolutely positively blade-proof, right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single... Oops. Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? God, the guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackquill, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Sykes Stoner's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackquill. God, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. You're looking over the wrong shoulder, Simon. He's on the other side. It's the other side. It's just turn your head. Smoke bomb! Flashbang! There he goes. No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackquill. Now what are we gonna do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case? Oh my god. No, stop, you're right. Oh no. Because oh no. Oh no, you're so right. Oh. I see, yeah. Huh. We're not so different. You and I. Hmm. I hate it here. Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know? Do tell, Bird. Is it the fact that I'm a lawyer? Look at my badge. Damn it. The trial 7 years ago. Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. The police called the incident the UR1 incident. Oh no. Oh, that's tragic, Bird. I'm so sorry. Well, the good news is you got orange. Well, perhaps it's not good news. I would prefer orange juice to apple juice. I am unfortunately very Floridian, and orange juice runs through my blood. Oh, heartbreaking. That is heartbreaking. Yes! Oh, I see. Now, if you don't mind, I'll take a sip of this milkshake that mysteriously appeared in front of me. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. I don't want to think about that one. There were 2 decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly. 2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? Ouch, that does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage? Oh, sorry, I don't have it with me right now. I guess I'll have to see it some other time. 7-year-old video added to the court record. And what was the second piece of evidence? This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. Ah. Huh. See, there he is at the crime scene holding a bloody katana. It was the victim's, kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Wow. It'd be hard to explain this one away. Katana added to the court record. This one was found only on the blade. And that's very specific wording. Only on the blade, as in not on the handle. Okay. But who took this picture, detective? The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. The reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Photo of the crime added to court record. Taken inadvertently. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. Ah! What did you just say? Execution date? Kinda, Bird. He's kind of growing on me. But he's no gumshoe. What? Did I say something? Never mind me, you didn't hear a thing! Hey, so about that thing that you totally didn't just say. So he was given the death sentence. Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense hiding it anymore. His execution date? It's tomorrow. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? What? Tomorrow? No. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today. Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. Oh. But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackquill would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. But that would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now. I want to do something, I want to, but... You're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackquill putting up any kind of a fight? You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. I mean, they don't seem particularly close. Yeah, I know. Flashback to 5 seconds ago is a commonly repeated phrase here. Uncooperative when he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit. This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Oh, hang on, that's my pager. Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Fulbright here. What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding! That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer! The robots! The robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself! Some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt! The machines are rebelling against humans! Gee, I wonder who could have made that happen. Maybe the robotics expert, who fucking walked away 5 minutes ago saying, I'm gonna take things in my own hands. They pulled themselves up into space and are taking the visitors as hostages. They did what? No. Trucy! Oh shit, she is still there. I forgot about that. We have to get right over there. This is gonna be one heck of a battle. Oh shit. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center entrance. The riot police are here. Then the robots really are holding people hostage? Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around? But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost. You robots have declared war on us humans. You've even taken hostages already. Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do. But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me? I recognize that voice. I don't. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own? Leave it to me. All right, people, what's going on here? Pearl's over here! Ah! Oh, Mr. Nick! There you are! I heard the terrible news and I got so worried. Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. Blanco seems the same as before. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I error? Uh-oh, there is something wrong with him. Ah! You. He's fucking dead! It looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. He's fucking dead, Pearls. He's fucking dead! He. Ha 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 ha. Clonko? Oh, fuck! Ha ha ha! Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. Ah! The robots are rebelling! Everybody run! Eee! It's an all-out war! It's the end of the world! Ha 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 ha! Fools, how could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely. What? But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey you, hostage number 1, come here. I'll let you talk to them. Huh? There's something being displayed on Clonko's face screen. It's the Space Museum. Daddy? Daddy, is that you? Trucy? Trucy, is that you? No. Trucy, are you alright? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. A researcher's the one behind it. She's here. This girl talks too much. Trucy, talk to me. Why are you doing this? Fluffy, is that you? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes. Athena? Now hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that. So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then. No! Wait! Mr. Lawyer! I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do. But promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now I'd better go contact headquarters. Bye. Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time? I have no idea yet, but this hostage taker, could it be? If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all the hostages. I mean, that's just... Way to spoil the surprise, Aura. Princess? Hunk of Junk? There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I could use as a bargaining chip. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Dolls. Prosecutor Black Quill. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Her best, R10. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena. It's someone else. All right, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case. It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just, what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? I mean, just in case something terrible happens, I would love to propose. Mata? I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. He. Ha 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 ha. That's good. Real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready. 1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me until at least tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. She will? And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk of Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny, you got that. Now follow Hunk of Junk. Riot police, make way, we're coming through. Mr. Nick, wait! I'll help you with the investigation! Thanks, Pearls, I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in! We don't negotiate with terrorists unless they're hot. December 20th, Cosmos Space Station, Robotics Lab. Aura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back.
I wonder what's taking so long, but we can't really start the investigation yet, can we?
Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago. Mr. Wright? Ah! It's the hostage taker! I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived. A guest?
I trust you've been well, Wright.
Boyfriend! With glasses! And in 3D! Hi. Precious, so precious. Ah! Oh, Phoenix, your boyfriend is here too. Ah! Amazing. I think that's just his personality. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? I mean, you say that. When I was first starting this collection, I had that promo image that I did. And I grabbed someone uploaded the courtroom from Dual Destinies to MMD, and that's what I used to do my promo image. One sec. I don't want to take. I'm taking away from Edgeworth's triumphant return. I'm very sorry. I know, but like. I could do a cool dance in the courtroom. Where did I put that? Here. Here. Was it here? Where'd it go? Okay, fine. I can't find the final version. But this is the straight the shot. It's very good. It's quite good. I liked it a lot. Yeah. I do. But yeah. Anywho, this is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor, but now... Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? He's chief prosecutor now. Ooh, fancy. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh, Miles, honey, baby, doll. Did you know? Did you know that I'm an attorney? Look at my badge. It must be nice to finally have your attorney's badge back. Yeah, it's been 8 years. I'm sorry for all I put you through. No, I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you. Nah, I was the one that made the decision. But now you can stand in court once again. And you can mow them down just like you used to. Oh my god, they're so in love. Way to put pressure on a guy. And since when did I get such a brutal reputation? Hi, doll. So what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown. You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thanks. I appreciate this. You know what? I was gonna say he almost does, but no, he I guess since the trial that lost him his badge never finished and it was determined that it wasn't his fault, that the evidence was fake, that he was tricked into using it. I guess he does. I guess that trial just doesn't count. Sure, why not? The OR won! I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist Dr. Metis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. It is! I think his theme is actually called, like, Triumphant Return or something. Bum, 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 ba-da-ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. It's very real. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see. Oh god!
What a terrible way to die.
This other photo shows the other side of the room I see. 7-year-old photos added to the court record. Was there evidence in that goddamn space pod? Son of a bitch. There was evidence in that fucking space pod. I'm upset. I also have the autopsy report for you. Is it updated? The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the HAT-1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackquill, a young prosecutor. Or as the Japanese call it, culture, indeed. Simon Blackquill. I hear his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him, too. The security camera video, and a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. But did Prosecutor Blackquill have a motive? To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth do you know about that? I have ways, darling. I have grown as a lawyer and as a person, and I know how to get information out of people. I'm very talented and good at my job. Harumph. Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. Well, I might as well tell you now. I really do suspect Blackquill of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can stay the execution? It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you any way I can. Yay! Thanks, babe. Thanks, Edgeworth. That's just what I said. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence. Let's do it together. Darling. Baby. Oh, and we're back to 2D just like the old times. Yeah! Just like the old days. We're back in 2D. Delightful. Hey, so about this Judge-tron? This is one heck of a robot. There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge-tron. J202. I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh? But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo. Oh, but you can see the probe in this newspaper photo. Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there, too. It was the mask, yes. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Black and yellow. Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. So. I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. So the person who stole it, think it was our spy? I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackquill is the culprit. That's this. It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench.
Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo.
See the cute little food processor? That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. Oh, he calls her Pearls too! Adorable. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule, which reminds me. That they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Right. Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackquill. I wonder what they're talking about. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's custom-made, shock-resistant bag. But how did you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? Updated Hope Capsule report. What's this? Looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station. That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up. Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool. If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see. Ah. Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? I'm glad they programmed the robots to feel fear. That's great. I love that. What's this? A giant robot arm, maybe? It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think these thin parts here are finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs. And there's a spiked ball and giant drill on the floor, too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of massive destruction? Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something. I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. I plead the 5th. I better not think about it anymore. What's this? And look at this row of rolling cases. Rolling case. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around. I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit into the biggest one. I know, we could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us. I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. Aww. Have a little more faith in your boyfriend, Phoenix. Whee! Hey look, the emergency ladder. An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. The explosion disabled the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. As Miss Blackquill was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. Emergency ladder added to the court record. Look at this little man. Oh look, it's a little robot. I wonder what it does. Cleaning maybe? A cleaning robot must follow a human's orders as long as it causes no human harm. Ah! It talks! A cleaning robot must keep desks clean without violating the preceding clause. However, Miss Aura says she prefers a moderate level of clutter on the desk. Oh, what is the purpose of my existence? I guess slack off and cut some corners aren't in his vocabulary bank. Now, I don't have a high enough IQ to watch Rick and Morty, but wasn't there like a bit in an episode where he made like a robot whose job it was to like, I don't know, retrieve condiments or something? And the robot was like, "What is my purpose?" And he was like, "You pass the ketchup." And the robot's like, "Oh my god." Something like that. I remember seeing a GIF long, long ago of something to that effect. That means very little bird. Have you seen the people that I work with? Have you seen the people that I work with? Yeah, fun you should have ever seen. In Szechuan sauce. Morty. Aura's desk is a mess, so that doesn't surprise me. Oh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up. Wait, before you do. Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. It's Metis Sykes. Clonko, can I talk to you? Really hope he's back to normal. Do you wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area. Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident? When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused. Huh? So he calls Dr. Sykes Mother, but Aura Blackquill Miss Aura. With the loss, she exhibited a severe cataclymine imbalance. Cataclymine. I'm gonna go with cataclymine. Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means. Pardon me. Searching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying and then take out her feelings on those around her. Ah. After Prosecutor Blackquill was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well. That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura. And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Clonko, huh? That murder destroyed so many lives. Right. Take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackquill's research. Clonko and Clonko. They're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Clonko's serious features can determine the presence of a human within a heartbeat detection system. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. Also recognizes a person by facial features when the face has been registered and heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features, and they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you. God damn. What's that supposed to mean? It kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Robots with a heart added to the court record. Yeah, they were absolutely roommates. 100%, they were roommates. Parentheses, oh my god, they were roommates. Alrighty, show me the murder chair. It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo, too. Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim's body lying on it. Function as hormones. Oh, neat. There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it. Pearls, don't touch. Oopsie. Hey, it's moving. Huh. Oh, there it goes. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. I have an idea. I have an idea. Oh, the idea that I have. Here's what happened. Here's what happened. No, but that is a very good idea. My idea is that Athena killed her own mother. Maybe. Or at least, maybe she thinks she did. My idea is that Metis was observing or otherwise experimenting on young Athena to create her heart robots. Athena, let's say she got tired of it all. She pushed her mother onto the robot chair, accidentally pushed the dismantle button, and the machine stabbed her mother. Prosecutor Blackquill comes in, looking for his mentor, sees the scene before him, and says, "I'm gonna be a fucking hero. I'm gonna be a goddamn hero and take the fall for this." Yeah. It's not impossible. That's my idea. I don't know about the bombing. I don't know about any of that nonsense. Maybe Aura was behind the bombing for some fucking reason. I don't know. Someone, maybe an outside, let's say, for instance, that the bombing was planned and executed by a third party. Sure. Just for now, for simplicity's sake. Seven years later, right, the bombing is all happening, and then the accident happens. And then all that nonsense happens. Fast forward 7 years. They're gonna launch another rocket. They're gonna launch another rocket. And Aura and Blackquill's execution date is looming. And Aura is like, this is my chance. She decides to recreate the bombing, and in addition, she recreates the bombing to get everybody panicked and connecting it to 7 years ago. And then she kills Clay. And with the plan to pin it on Athena such that there is new evidence for the old trial and it can be retried. Or she blames Athena for the whole thing somehow, and this is her getting revenge. Those are the thoughts that are in my head right now. We'll see how it all plays out. I feel pretty good about the first half. The second half is iffy, but I feel pretty confident about the accidental manslaughter by a small child leading to not the get up and stretch time, but leading to Black Quill being a fucking martyr. But now the get up and stretch time. I make no promises, R10. In fact, it might make me like him less, because it means that he's not a murderer. It means that he's not a spooky, evil kind of guy. He's just a dork and a weeb. And don't get me wrong, my spooky husband Hubert Fire Emblem von Vestra is also a dork, but he definitely kills people. He 100% kills people, frequently, and very effectively. You say that, and yet, and yet, and yet. Mwah. Anywho, well, I guess that's about it for this room. So what do you think, Wright? Any ideas? There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Black Quill's innocence, right, Edgeworth? What? He did? Yup. He called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. You what now? So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back? Yup, the Black Quill case. Right, I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? Haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon, a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Aw, just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. Looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. I'm going to end the Dark Age of the Law. That's what this is all about. Dark Age of the Law.
The Dark Age of the Law. It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers.
And in this video game.
And I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever.
When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence, and a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder.
Wait, do you mean?
That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. God damn it. God damn it, they are Mario and Wario. They're two sides of the same coin. Damn it. It was a downward spiral after that. An absolute nightmare. After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together.
It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to get themselves and each other.
They start lying to themselves and each other. Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Was it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? No. The hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. It sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Yes, I know exactly who it is. Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and can manipulate robots. It could really only be Aura Blackquill. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve the UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence. And then maybe she'll release the hostages. Maybe. I'm counting on you, Wright, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox. Oh? Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation? Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena. She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center. So I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again. Mwah! Love you, bye! December 20th, Detention Center Visitors Room. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. But I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright! And Pearly, too! I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend and I was worried about you. Thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place.
Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you.
That's all right. But there are some other things I'd like to ask you.
Sure, you can ask me anything.
I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. I've already shown her my badge. The day of the crime! Tell me about the day Clay was murdered.
I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum.
Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good.
I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that.
So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs, and they weren't letting anybody in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo? The one with your mother in it?
I did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket.
That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes? Updated exhibit report. But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy, and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. But I guess I passed out. Oh, jeez. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave.
How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena?
I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. Night-night, Burr. Thank you for hanging out. Mwah. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge too. My mind must have still been fuzzy, because my memory is vague after that. Give me 1 second. Later, Viz. Thanks for hanging out. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her. But will anybody else? Tell me about your mommy. What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing?
Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice, and my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt.
Wow, robots that can understand people.
I was just a convenient subject for her research.
Got that part.
All she ever did was work. She never paid any attention to me.
Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff.
No need to apologize. Guess her home life was complicated.
Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones?
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I had to wear them every time I went out.
Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen.
What were they for?
Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation.
But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand.
Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me with are Widget and this earring.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe too. A real moon rock, you say? I'd better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. Oh, the Ponko series! You must have gone to the robotics lab. Yeah, about that. There's a whole thing going on over at the space station right now. You don't need to worry about that just yet. You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko. Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know? Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo, too. See Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. Looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, in Japanese. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Get well soon, Ponko." But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. I'm amending my theory. Someone attacked Dr. Sykes. And Athena discovered her body. And thinking that the machine would fix her, she moved her mother onto the table and pressed a button. And that is what Simon discovered. And it looks like she accidentally killed her mom. That is so tragic. That sucks. Oh, that sucks. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh. Damn. Son of a... Ugh. Yeah, okay. Well, I got it. The only question now is whomst. We do get to find the real attacker. It was him! Well... obviously wasn't any of you four. Unless? No. No, right? No. He would have been like... I can't count. Oh god, I can't count. Too young. Almost certain. No, not you. There's you. We've determined it wasn't you. I suppose you're not off the hook. I don't think... Can't believe it was Drucy. I don't think that Aura would have killed her girlfriend. No. No. Because why else would she want a retrial? Yeah. Eddie! Ah! Milesy, baby! Old friend. Oh. History will say they were really good friends. I mean... it could've. I suppose it could've. That would be even more tragic. Not really. Not really. It would be really, really weird to introduce a new character now. Because that would... I feel like that would immediately cast suspicion on them. Wouldn't it be hilarious? Just hilarious. If Mr. Solomon Starbuck was the killer in the original crime. Wouldn't that be so fucking funny? He's kind of the only one left. Anyway, this tragedy here. Back to this tragic shit. Indeed.
It looked just like magic to me, what she could do.
A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center?
Yes, a little. And this person has even taken hostages?
I guess I'd better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago.
What? You're kidding me. So that means Prosecutor Blackquill might...
Yep. I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So wait, did you know him back then?
Yes. He used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases.
He was very kind and considerate, and straight as an arrow. You know what? Good for him. But tis. I mean, I feel like a lot of people ship him and Athena. In the continuing cycle of lawyers and prosecutors falling in love with each other over a nice, delicious court case. Meh. 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 He is 10 years older than her, which is kind of a lot. Meh. Meh. Thank you, R10. I do too. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes.
That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago.
Yeah, no, that's also... Ugh. I don't like that. I don't like that. Like, yes, I knew you when you were a child and I was an adult. No, I don't like that. No, I don't like that. Shush! Cutscene. Shush. Please, you have to listen to me. Okay, it's not a cutscene. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart. You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony. Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time.
But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell.
But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful.
Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up.
I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. Literally.
I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me.
Doesn't seem like Athena knows. Prosecutor Blackquill is due to be executed tomorrow.
I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him.
Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackquill. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? About that? No, can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled like he used to back then. It was more of a sardonic smirk, but if I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. It's always an option. It's just not a good one. Oh, hi. Ah, I thought you might be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble. We are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Oh no, but this is an emergency. I now understand. It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway. Damn smile. My phone! It's from Trucy. Hang on, honey, I know you're in a hostage situation right now, but my ringtone is jamming. It just goes to voicemail. I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait! We still have a little more time. Besides, all of the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think? No! Don't you dare hurt her! There has to be something I can do. The cruelest injustice is about to befall us. No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us. Wait a minute. Maya? I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really been something, although weird is par for the course with you. Courtroom. Blew up! That's it! There is a courtroom we can use after all. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
Hold it!
Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber. That cannot be safe. Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick! I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackquill? I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. What? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. I love you. What's she talking about? Athena? Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackquill is innocent,
Somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother?
Oh, baby.
No.
No! Oh boy. We know those black locks. No way. It can't be true.
Mr. Nick, what's the matter?
I see 5 black cyclocks. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. There sure isn't. To be continued. Give me that jingle, baby.
Yeah!
Excellent. I am going to get up real quick and refill my water. Enjoy the calming silence of the void.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody.
Are we ready to go to court? December 20th, 3:11 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 5. Number 5. Boom, 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 ba-dum.
I did a little research. I looked into those special cyclocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick.
You did? That's great. I really appreciate it.
A red cyclock protects the secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out.
Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos.
But a black cyclock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that that person isn't even consciously aware of.
Yeah, he can. He can see them. So, but then, hang on. This has lore implications for Kristoff from the last game. That doesn't make sense. Because he was definitely aware of the secret that he was keeping. He just had it locked up real tight. Alright, retcon, I see you. So even they don't know it's there.
Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
Okay, so all I have to do is break the Cyclocks.
According to my research, a black cyclock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart.
I mean... yes and no. It's important to me. It's important to me because Kristoff is Clavier's brother. And I care a lot about that last game. I care a lot. Anyway, if they're ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Well, Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden.
All right, but will you be all right by yourself, Mr. Nick?
I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength.
And you can't do that if I'm there? I'll just hold you back.
No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls.
All right. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick.
Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. Goodbye, old evidence. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. December 20th, District Court, Courtroom number 4. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Oh wait, hang on, what did we get rid of? I don't even know. Robot! Day 1, court is now in session, all rise. The robot on the stand. He's on a peach crate. Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Holding it. Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. It's marking it as Aura, so I'm just gonna do her voice. Let's say that it's a speaker that she's talking through, instead of just the robot talking. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Please try not to upset Miss Blackquill. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. Look at that goddamn eyebrow. Oh, he's so precious. Oh, well, I don't have that on a button. I'm not a cool enough streamer to figure out how to do fun microphone effects. Look at him. Precious. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. What did you say? Edgeworth? Did you not hear what I just said to his honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today. Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackquill has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, Wright. The situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Holy shit.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready,
Can the two of you stop flirting already?
court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
Stop! Stop! This is the gayest cutscene I've ever seen in my life! Ah! This immense sexual tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. I added a word in there. Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm swooning. Oh, I'm swooning. Somebody hold me. Aura, where are you? Javier? Anybody? Hubert? Anybody? Okay. I'm good. I'm doing great. Shut. God. How dare you? Oh, I just noticed he has him in his pocket. Adorable. I did die. I'm dead currently. Let me see. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackquill of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. Front-facing Blackquill can hurt me. He's not real, but he can hurt me. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackquill did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackquill. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackquill and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I have ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Oh, baby, you haven't been here. You haven't been here. Of course, you're right. I was just joking, just having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR-1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Metis Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother, Simon Blackquill, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackquill was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime. The bandages for the robot have blood on them. Yeah. Oh, man. Clonko. That's Ponko, and how dare you forget. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackquill did indeed. Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackquill. We must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you're very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? And just who is this witness anyway? Is it Blackquill? Simon, I should say. No. Huh. Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackquill. She said she's too busy, what with confining and threatening the hostages and all. Sorry, I'm having a stroke as we speak. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackquill has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwill's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go! Aura Blackwill's theory. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. Ah. Yeah. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. I see. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling, they're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing these cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. Oh, right next to the psych lab, huh? Cool. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. Yeah. I can see why that footage helped bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. Updated video report. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. And there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi. And that is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech, and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. See, that was my first conclusion. But now I know better, and you will too soon, Edgy. Perhaps I should call you Miles instead. Order in the court. What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. Boom, boom. Portraits. Oh! Beautiful. Or Blackwell's theory.
Hold it!
So Prosecutor Blackwell willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else. Yes, that is precisely what Miss Blackwell appears to believe. And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Wright. But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth. God, just kiss already. So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine. I expected no less. Fuck, God, they knew! They knew what they were doing! Oh, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating. I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too, so let's keep going. God, they're so in love.
Hold it!
But that's just speculation.
Objection!
Ooh! Ooh! No, Miss Blackquill has proper grounds for her claims.
Objection!
Then why didn't you say so in the first place?
Objection!
Objection. You're the one who screamed, "Hold it," and cut me off. Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit. But not by getting up and stretching with the get up and stretch chime. Everybody do that. Okay. Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on. Hi, Jen. How are you?
Hold it!
This rolling case. I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackquill in it. Ooh. How were they? Were they falling? But was absent when the crime scene photos were taken. Oh yeah, I didn't notice that. Yes, that's the one. And Miss Blackquill has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has? And what is that conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right. Of course. Reading them now. So why the rolling case? Rolling case. Need to hide someone inside.
Hold it!
And how do you propose he hid a person inside one of those cases? Have you forgotten that we saw just such a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show, she fit a grown person into a small box. Oh yeah, way to ruin the memory of a good day. A magic show? I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time, I promise. So wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackquill was using the case to hide someone.
Hold it!
But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackquill had in that case? I think it was the moon rock?
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackquill used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case? Oh, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes. Give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? I feel like the answer is no, but what if I did? Because she was in the case. I guess I better wait and see how it goes. Clever theory, but it doesn't look like they have some proof. But maybe there are some flaws in it. Okay, fine. Fine, fine.
Hold it!
Objection!
Objection.
Objection!
Sure. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackquill carried from the scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackquill left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackquill to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let us hear your theory. The robot arm, I think. Yeah, robot arm's gone. Sure. This isn't correct, but we'll say it anyway.
Take that!
I mean, in the long run, it's correct right now. Blaze noticed that there is a robot part on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which... What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance, per eyeball. Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Phoenix, I don't think now is the time for that. Your Honor. About this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and a robot arm. Was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe. I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case. What?
Objection!
We can't be certain that pot belonged to a robot. We can. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is. Au contraire, that makes it very easy to identify, Miles darling.
Objection!
I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Aw, buddy. Not to worry, Your Honor, I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. And there you are.
Take that!
Take it! The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake! It reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? I concede that the robot is about the same size as a child. But it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. No, but it can be disassembled. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't possibly have fit in there. The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackquill. See your point. The robot is much taller than that. Welcome back, Mittens. They've got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackquill make Ponko fit into the case by dismantling? Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackquill had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? I know that we're just buying time, but given that I feel like I figured out the answer, this all feels very silly. Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackquill, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackquill. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean. That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely the rest of Ponko was scattered around Prosecutor Blackwill's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder. Ah! My head! My body! Where am I? Ah! Gee, it's almost like you've been beating up that robot forever and it's prone to fall apart. Just a thought that I had. Order in the court. It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Updated photo report. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackquill innocent.
Objection!
Yes? I don't really like pain is the thing. Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the ruling case, but the robot. All right. What's going on here? It's never good when you place things this straight. It writes itself. It writes itself. What do you want from me? How else am I... It writes itself. I don't need to do anything. I don't even need to do anything at all. It writes itself. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
Objection, what the fuck? But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. You're welcome. Edgeworth, he's been one step ahead of me this whole time. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, if he were holding something or someone. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. Did it? A blood stain? With a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item. That thing. Oh, the defendant, never mind. Of which there is only one in the world. A special pair of headphones made just for her.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her, as part of her research.
Analysis showed the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. He did the bow. So precious. Order! If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
We've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
And? I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but... You can't say the possibility isn't there! Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness? Why not, dude? Order! Order in the court! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years! He knows. He knows about the parrot. He knows. He was there. He remembers. He remembers the parrot. He was there. He remembers the parrot. He was there. It was his trial. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. Holy shit. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko.
Yes, I realize that, but when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness.
No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
What an utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. See, I know what he means, but like, come on. It writes itself. I don't need to do anything. I don't need to do anything. It writes. Don't you Palace know me? Don't you say Palace no. Say fucking whoever wrote this no. I've done nothing wrong. I'm just reading the script. I'm reading the lines as they are presented to me. I've done nothing wrong. I am innocent. In this particular regard, I am innocent. Ponko, no. Haha, you remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. Alright, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Metis Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab. Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab. It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great! I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Phoenix. We just know that it was there. We only know that it was there. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. It's a robot, Your Honor. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? Oh boy. What I saw. I went to the robotics lab at around 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point. Well, it sounds like the defendant was, without question, at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but... Yes, what this witness's statements are telling us is... that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment. Hey, what was the murder weapon, by the way? Are we still claiming that it was the katana? What? Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. C. Murder after a heated argument, and then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that. When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory. You may as well admit defeat now, Wright? A cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. Not even against a bird. Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. I will eat it too. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. Show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. Even with a bird. Boom, boom.
Hold it!
Your regular recharge. What is that exactly?
I have to refill my battery's power or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that.
So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m., around the time of the murder.
That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m.
Hold it!
Hugged her, huh? Which Edgeworth took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother, is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell. Even though they were speaking so loudly.
I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me.
If it listened to every voice, it would be little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that?
And then Mommy Mattis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but... could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Mattis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound.
Her heart. Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. Uh-huh. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means... if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment... Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then.
Damn it. Of all the unlucky timing, you'd heard anything after that. It could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder.
I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry.
The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing.
After Mommy Mattis's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room.
Hang on 1 second. Operating table. Round window, workbench side. That's the other side of the room. The workbench, huh? Yeah, huh? Ponko must be talking about that table to the right of where that giant robot is now. There's something critical, yeah. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Objection?
Objection!
Nice. Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough.
I was helpful. Hooray! I'm so happy.
Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. They sure are. Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved. We're trying to prove... Yes, okay. The victim moved. We're trying to prove that she didn't die in that moment. She moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Nice. Whew, I am very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Nothing more.
Objection!
Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. No, I'm blue, see? Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. I wrote this game. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. Moved for her? But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. Don't you... me? We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest moved the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? It was asleep, Edgeworth! Miss Ponko. That's Ponko. That's with a K. It's supposed to be a C. Ponko. Panko. He's saying like the breadcrumbs. Panko. Allow me to ask you a question. My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Ah, fuck. Oh, no. Athena asked you to. And what did you move, little Ponko? I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is. An ID tag, you say? Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is. That paper in the lab did mention something about that. People based on... by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said. So it would appear Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved. My name is Ponko. But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do? Well, I do, at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, moved the body onto the operating table. Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell? I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell. Give it up, Wright. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. It was blue. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab. Never mind. And only wore it for special occasions. Then how did it get cut? In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
The Ponka was equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means...
Objection!
The face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. Oh, a mask, huh? A mask, huh? A mask, huh? Mask, huh? Hang on, do we have that other picture of the crime scene? No? Okay. Alrighty then. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then, using the robot, she moved the body to the table where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Order! But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there, isn't that right? That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting. This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace... Prosecutor Edgeworth. See, we're not quite implying the same thing here. He is implying that this child was conniving enough to move her mother's body onto the table so that it could be disassembled and taken away. My idea was that something happened to her mother. Someone else stabbed her mother, maybe. Maybe she stabbed her on accident. I don't know. Either way, mother was hurt. She asked, I guess we now know that she asked the robot to move her mother onto the table where she hoped that she would be fixed. To assemble, not disassemble her mother. Just leave that Leave the sentence alone. Leave the sentence alone. Leave the sentence alone. Just accept the absurdity of it and move on. Accept the absurdity and don't think about how fucking gruesome it is. We're moving on. We're moving on. So yes, close, but not quite. Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table...
Hold it!
No! Don't say another word. Just stop! Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be true! Order! Order in the court! Order in the court, I say! Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. It really does, though. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence? Right. Let me see. I can't think of anything. I am afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. The defense has no counter-argument. I see no need to further prolong this trial. Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something. But I can't think of a single thing. Prosecutor Blackquill. This is quite the farce you're conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackquill, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I needed? What is Prosecutor Blackquill trying to pull here? 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness, I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackquill. Please go ahead. Front-facing Black Quill can hurt me. He's not real, but he can hurt me. I don't like it. I don't like it here. 7 years ago, I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. Buddy. The little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling. In other words...
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be... She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony. You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. And she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. And that day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. How are your arms by your side? The chain isn't that long. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackquill, are you trying, even now, to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
Two fucking British prosecutors yelling at each other. You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer, beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Holding it. Don't you dare, Judge! Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackquill? Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackquill, you selfish... Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. I get my cross-examination. Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? Give me my counter... I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. I get to cross-examine. Hold it. Oh, hey. You're the Athena, what are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might just be the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes, Dono. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
Objection, fuck you. These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know? What are you talking about? Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial Cutscene? Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Oh god, my voice. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Even with this fucker. Especially with that fucker. Not being heard no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares. So scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction. But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then... The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Athena's being so brave, confronting her past like this, and she has a tummy ache. So brave. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not a man who can be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. Scanning. Edgelord detected. Going to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. Found Athena there instead. You motherfucking weep.
Got it!
Oh! First try! This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena, and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. What? Just now you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. Oh, hush you. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. I'll just have to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. He's just like me for real. Aw, pat pat. Ah,
Got it!
Gotti. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackquill. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. Ugh. He can't be talking about that, can he? I was just a convenient subject for her research. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment, I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now take a look at this. The noise level actually increased? Ooh! Ooh! Oh, he's trying really hard. It went up. I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackquill is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his boldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause, and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
Objection, fuck you. I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. Which should I tackle first? Okay. Let me think. The whole point of this was that we didn't have evidence. I'm gonna go with the emotions. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over. I'm crying from next door. Of course, I was worried. Open the door to the robotics lab. Out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes. Hmm. That's the get up and think chime. Everybody get up and stretch and or think. I mean, I can't make you think, but...
Okay.
Got it!
I didn't think so.
Got it!
Still no. Try a testimony. Okay. All this evidence over here, not important, right? Okay. We look at the evidence. What could be a contradiction, even? My badge! I'm completely at a loss.
Got it!
I'm gonna start pressing on things. And I'm not penalized for pressing on emotions.
Got it!
Schwa? How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine. I'll explain, if I must. What surprised me was... Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Yeah, first try. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena. But she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. That's incredible. It's at 100% now. What is going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Alright. What do I tackle first this time? Let's try this one now. Don't fucking grin at me. Feeling of dread. Just then... Ponko attacked me, retaliated by cutting it into pieces. Barking anything out of there. Dog Sykes came in. Hang on. Ah!
Objection!
Gotcha. compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackquill. Look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. My badge! That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. I too hope it isn't Chris's blood. That'd be awful. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. Oh, but it is. Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackquill, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackquill, now. You have no idea what you're doing. His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something. Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Nuh-uh. Prosecutor Blackquill, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All of these complex emotions, it seemed to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Well, yeah, no shit. Oh, I hate that. Oh boy. His voice, it hurts to even listen to it. Yeah, same. He's been living with this pain inside him for all these years? And the root of it all is hidden somewhere in his testimony, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Please hurry. Please set him free, Mr. Wright.
Got it!
When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? Ooh, we got him to sweat. Ooh, yes, be afraid. Be very afraid. Meanwhile, Edgeworth is just taking a break. He's having a cuppa. He's just chilling, reading a book. It's like, can we move on? When are we, am I still needed here? Can I go? You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackquill, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me, too? Maybe not me, but can you believe in her? That'd be great. Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Dono? I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Curse you, Phoenix Wright! Yeah, ain't the first time we heard that. Cutscene? Damn it. It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. How did I know? Oh boy. She smiled, with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, "Well, this is terrifying. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her." Yeah. That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. Hey, Athena, how you doing? How you doing, doll? No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth. This is what it is. It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart. I... No! So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. We don't know that. You don't know that. Athena? As I said, Wright, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but... You dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner. Hello, Detective. Yes! Miles is back. And Pearl. She's not here right now, but we saw Pearl earlier. See? Look, and she's all grown up now. She's all grown up. Adorable. Precious. And yeah, he has glasses now. Yeah, she brought her gun. Yeah. Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me? Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger then than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
No, that can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much?
Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all of the facts of this case. Not quite.
Hold it!
No, not yet. It can't end like this.
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not. But this... I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence?
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Athena?
it's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake.
Athena, what are you saying?
I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall?
It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? Hi, Kappa. How are you? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes. Good. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackquill, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena. Prosecutor Blackquill will be cleared, and the dark age of the law can finally come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion.
I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. What blood on the handle? There was no blood on the handle, doll. I can't wait to contradict your really tragic backstory. Objection! Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say, these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument? Me! Me! I do! Pick me! Me! Objection!
Objection!
Yeah! I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Objection again! Nuh-uh! Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
Yeah-huh. I said that you never change. But could you actually have regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism. Emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Oh, they're fighting. Oh, the husbands are fighting. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. I did a little research. I looked into those special psych locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. There's still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart, there might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Oh boy, I can't wait to fucking rip this band-aid off. Oh boy, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession? There is. There's still a little hazy, flashback to 5 seconds ago. I'm not reading this again. I'm sparing my voice. Definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell. There's a problem with her confession. Please prove it to this court now.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers. That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right. Oh my! Yeah, baby!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. Edgy boy, that's weak and you know it. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly! Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think! What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? Good question. There was a second katana. Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle was spotless. So doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. Is it? If I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana... What if she was stabbed with an arrow? And then an awl? And then a staff? It could all prove me innocent! A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be, exactly? Right, of course you would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here. Not now. I mean, we cross-examined a robot earlier, Detective. And we requested to do so. And the judge was like, does the prosecution support this? Support this cross-examination of a robot? And Edgeworth was just like, listen, man. There have been weirder things that have happened. Just let him do it. That's right, I did, because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something! Yeah, the very obvious pointy object directly above her. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute, there is something. There is a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have the particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Oh, don't tell me. Don't tell me she was stabbed with the rock. Oh, please don't tell me she was somehow stabbed with the rock. Please. Please. Please do not tell me that she was stabbed with the rock. Or my badge. She could have been stabbed with my badge, that's true. But please do not tell me that she was... It's just like it. Oh, the katana, this is... Oh, wait, hang on. No, hang on. Hang on, wait. Take that?
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case. Okay, good. I don't know. Listen. He said I have something like it, and my brain went to the earring. I don't know why. My brain went to the earring, and I was like, she was stabbed with the moon rock. Despite the fact that it's a blunt object. Just... I don't know, okay? I don't know. The neurodivergency, it creates... Oh yeah, you know what? You're so right. She obviously sharpened the rock so she could stab her mother with it. Clearly. It was premeditated. Guilty. Throw her in jail. That's the murder of Clay Terran case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees. And a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But, besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Yeah, because they took it with them. Of course I knew that. Once you told me just now. And then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. There is a photo of its contents. Okay, but it's missing something. Oh my god, and they fucking... I don't see any kind of bladed tool. They're out of order. They make the Gaiaxa logo, and they're out of order. So yeah, something is missing. And it's the goddamn knife. This does remind me of a puzzle. You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Fine, but isn't there something odd about the design on these handles? Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
Run! I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. Now, he's simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Thank you, Your Honor. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. Ah, I see that they do. Well, what significance does that have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the court then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools? Something with the logo on it. Is this?
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent? The Gaiaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gaiaxa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the Gaiaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entryway. I really dig the Starkson rocket motif it's got going. Gaiaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal? Yeah, whatever. Ah, I think I see it now, but... Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo... I wanted to rearrange them myself. The red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot... Boop! It would complete the Gaiaxa logo. So it would. Then that means... Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. Yeah! Order in the court. Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Yes, we are, Detective. It was the only courtroom available at the time, and we're on a tight schedule because there's kind of a hostage situation going on. It's a whole thing. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous, or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Black Quill carried her away. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence, just like my Japanese animes! If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
Objection, what? The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright. God, just kiss already! By forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands? No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there, you cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Never. Ah. I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. Yeah. Can't have that. But what if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Is giving up really the only option? No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving into doubt. I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. He seems to be fond of the color red, Detective. And he likes nice things. Maybe like a... Silk seems like a bit much, but a nice Egyptian cotton. High thread count. Yeah. Ooh, and like a nice maroon. That would be lovely. Very comfy. It isn't over yet. Right? I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her, to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix! If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case. Thoroughly. Here we go! Danganronpa time! I concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. Prosecutor Blackquill didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Someone else. Third person was at the scene. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. Oh, I've got it. Oh, I've got it. Nah, I got it. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know, this person must have fooled in covering their own face. Person hid their face. But wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it! The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. That is. Posed as the victim. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim, her jacket. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? Very likely. I hadn't considered that. If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit. Athena stabbed the real culprit! That's it! I've come up with a new recipe! For justice! The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her, the real culprit. Brain blast. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to hostage negotiations. You're absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second. Because I realized something so shocking, I had to take a break to digest it. But now, I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? Nope. According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Do you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? Huh. You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Klonko's strange malfunction. Mr. Tarrant, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sickbay? Right! Oh my god, I hadn't even considered that. Because he was wearing Clay's jacket. Mr. Tarrant? Yeah! That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Klonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do was wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because, by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? So does that mean? Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed, this third person who is posing as Dr. Sykes, is her mother's real killer. But that's... impossible! A mask. The person I stabbed was wearing a mask? Order in the court. Miss Sykes, did you say something? A mask? Yes. I remember Athena? What is it? Huh? I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? My head. Miss Sykes, are you alright? No! Hey, that's what I said. Black Cyclops. They're breaking. Uh-oh. No, this might be bad, actually. Unlock successful! Ding! It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. They're gone. Black Cyclops are finally gone. So you're telling me that all we had to do to break Kristoff's black locks last time was just bring up some traumatic memories in court? We just had to ruin his life a little bit? Is that it? Shit. You know, it was that easy, we could have just done that. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... It's alright. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench, with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there. A man?
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and... He dodged it first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me and I passed out. Updated utility knife record. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. And she's still in a dream, Snake Eater. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that?
Yes, the mask. It was my mom's.
Japanese theater mask. Oi.
I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
Ah, this mask hanging here on the wall of the lab.
It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a gnome mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom.
A phantom? It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes is... holding it. You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackquill, this is not good. A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head? Ugh, she's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence. We do! Yes and no. This is Aura Blackquill's stand-in, because she is at the Space Center, overseeing her hostages.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise. Right, then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.?
Take that!
This is Prosecutor Blackquill leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? Did they seriously? Okay. I don't see anything in the investigation report. Looks like they didn't check? Dude. Really? Really? They didn't consider for a moment that maybe someone, like, went to the lab and was lying in wait? No? They just, okay. They sentenced a man to death. They sentenced a man to death, and they didn't okay. They just didn't check. They didn't check. Oh, silly. They forgot. They forgot to check. Fucking eto bleh. Ugh. Just as I fucking thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. Supposedly, yes. There. Please stop it right there. It's just like you said. There's a man leaving the scene of the crime, with a torn jacket and a bloody hand. Everybody get up and stretch. I'll allow it, Detective. And I feel the same way, Matthew. We've been going for 5.5 hours. My voice is gonna hate me. My voice already hates me. But I feel like we're close. It's ramping up and it's... We have to be, right? We have to be. We have to. Alright, my heart out is 6 a.m. Won't take longer than 6 a.m. Cool. 6 a.m. Eastern, to be clear. 2 hours. Okay. Then away we go. There's a man leaving the scene of the crime. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person?
That's him! I'm sure of it! He's wearing my mother's jacket.
I did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket. I mean, it does have a bonus DLC case, but it's not related. Dr. Sykes? Can you see it? There's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere. So then, everything... God, I fucking... They didn't think to rewind the tape backwards and see this obviously suspicious man with a bloody hand! They sentenced a man to death. They sentenced a man to death. Ugh. Everything Miss Sykes said. Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then, he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and the mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
What? It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible. What do you want? Why? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video. Detective, how dare you? I think I just realized where Milesy is coming from here. If this is the killer leaving the room, then how did the jacket get back in the room? I did think about that. The thought crossed my head while I was getting up and stretching. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? Well, the victim can't have brought it back because she was already dead. The killer brought it back. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape, but in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackquill and the people who reported the body. Yeah, and the killer was one of the people who reported the body! And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? Puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit return to bring the jacket back? When the body was found? The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would never have thought of that. Yeah, well, that's why you're the judge, and I am Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. Order, order, order. What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hat-1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in, and that's where the jacket was! Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. Please do! You will? Yeah. We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with the theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth? Does this mean? I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. Oh, but it's so nice to hear you say it, darling. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding? Hell yeah. Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won! I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackquill are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? The crazy lady? Who I love? Yeah, huh? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no need to further prolong. No. Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence. You are... Not you too! Not you too! Silence! Hey.
The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis and repaid that love with death. All these years hating Athena, was the only thing that's kept me going. What do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackquill. How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that...
Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a coworker wasn't all that I wanted. Then what did you want from her? They're lesbians, Harold. Did you really just go there, Your Honor?
Aura, there is something I've wanted to say if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis's murderer is.
You do?
Right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past.
That's right.
Phantom. Person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat One rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom.
Ooh. Spooky music. Sing, my angel of law. He's there, the Phantom of the courtroom. No, I can't. I can't. Not like this, I can't. Not even if I take it down an octave. Nope.
At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him.
Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? Judge sitting here with popcorn.
A recording of the Phantom's voice. The quality was too poor for proper voice analysis.
This song has taken a turn. It started off so spooky, but now it's like cartoon bad guy. I suppose I'm an alto. I think... What is this song? Back when I sang, like, regularly, shall we say. I don't want to say professionally because I wasn't a professional at all. Back when I when I sang enough to justify taking voice lessons, I self-identified as a mezzo-soprano, which is to say, low-ish? I don't know. But I know that when I went to TwitchCon in 2018? 2019? Yes, that. Hang on. 2018. And I went to the Twitch Sings booth, which was a thing. Remember Twitch Sings? I remember Twitch Sings, and I miss it. I miss it frequently. It was fun. It was very fun. But, I went to the Twitch Sings booth. And I sang Let It Go from Frozen, because that's one of the songs that I, like, trained extensively with my voice coach with, like, for performing. So I sang Let Go, and they gave me a golden ticket to come back later for the All-Stars part. God, do not... And the lady who was like in charge of their host, who was doing the booth at that time, she came into the room after I was finished singing to give me my ticket, and she was like, oh, so she was like, I forget the wording, but she was like, oh, you're a soprano, and I was like, I mean, what I said was no, not really, and some other shit, because I didn't want to take up too much time and I was feeling horribly awkward. But in my head I was like, never in my life has anyone has anyone ever called me a soprano. Are you kidding me? Are you listening to me talk right now? You think this is the voice of a soprano? Hello? I mean, I don't actively dislike Katy Perry now, but I remember that song. I remember when that song came out, and I remember hating that song. Hate. And around that time, I did also dislike Katy Perry. I am singing over here. Her stuff at the time, I don't know about now, I don't care, but at the time, it was pretty cookie cutter. It was blech. Ugh. True, but still. My point is that I am very much not a soprano. I have never been a soprano. I would classify her as mid, yes. Mid to low, even. Boom, that's my hot take. Anyway, that's my Twitch Sing story. I still have the golden ticket they gave me. It says Twitch Sings VIP. I have it hanging up on my wall because it means a lot to me. I framed it and put it on my wall. And I'm very proud of it, thank you very much. I have an old picture somewhere. Let's... video game. Voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat One, Dr. Sykes' results in the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them. Where could they have been? Who's to say? Now the A in Palace is for Alto. Wow, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years. Wait, hang on. Are you telling me that he had it with him? How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Oh boy. Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Bird? Taka? Is it Taka? Is she okay? We haven't seen her all day. Yay! Taka! Yay! Baby! Yay! What a good girl. I think Taka's a girl. I don't remember. What a good girl. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. I better hold on to this real tight. Phantom Psych profile added to the court record. Carefully. Rarely fluctuate, doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Psychological profile. Classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. Oh, so it's Agent 47. No emotional fluctuation, huh? A spy who experiences no emotions. Not sadness, not anger, and naturally, no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom. A monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom indeed. A fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Well then. It seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever. Do what you want. You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackquill, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome. Thank my husband, too. He helped in his own way. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. God fucking damn it. What is it now? You. Apollo? Apollo. Baby. Apollo! What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. I've been told that you got married. Mazel tov. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackquill. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Please, Apollo, I'm tired. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? To be continued. God fucking damn it. I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop, but my voice is crying. Can you hear it? Man. I don't wanna. Especially since we can't next week. Next week is a quiet stream, if any stream at all, which means it'll be 2 weeks before we can come back to this for the thrilling conclusion. Okay. All right. Tell you what I'm gonna do. I am hungry. I'm gonna go heat up some food. I'm gonna heat up some food. I'll be a minute or two. Time slots are not things to be stolen. Later, Matthew. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah. Uh-huh. But them too. But yes. I'm gonna go heat up some food. Do I leave you in the calming silence of the void? No, hang on. Oh, hey, how appropriate. I'll be back in a few. I return, not with food, but with a decision. Hold? Yes. I have decided that I'm going to call it for tonight. My throat hurts. I will be getting food, but I am going to stop the stream. It is. It really is. Which means we'll have to wait not 1 but 2 weeks. 2 whole weeks for the thrilling conclusion. But lest we forget, there is another case after we finish this one. I've been looking forward to it. For one very specific reason. And we'll get there when we get there. God, no, I couldn't take it. Polish. Oh yes, thank you all for hanging out with me this fine evening. Never, detective. We've retired. Sorry, I'm vibing. I said it before, I'll say it again. Sierra puzzle games. Oh boy. I don't think I'm all that good at puzzle games. I've been playing Balatro recently, which is a mistake, but I am enjoying it. I say it's a mistake because it's too much fun. It is too enjoyable. It is addicting. And it's a good time. I've taken to attempting a run or two after I've woken up for the day to try and wake up my brain a bit. Doesn't always work, but sometimes it does. It really is. For those who don't know, Balatro is a poker roguelike. Correct. It helps if you're good at it, but you don't have to be. But yes, next week. Next week, my sister will be here. Ugh. Barf. Barf. Barf City. Population Palace. Silent Hill 3. Tights and tight space. Thought the song was ending, so I was gonna go pause it. So yes, if there is a stream next week, it will be a quiet one. Might do Dave the Diver, probably gonna do Terra Nil because it got a big update. And then the week after that... That's Black Quill's sister, not my sister. Ugh. Despite being vaguely murderous, Aura is someone I would actually like to be around. So, you know. That's nice. Yes. Yes. 27th will be when we come back to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. I'm just vibing. Cleaning under my fingernails. As a way to fidget without destroying my skin. Perfect. Pleasant to be around despite being slightly murderous. I'll take it. I'll take it. That's good. That's wonderful. Well, the song has ended and I am starving, so I'm going to say goodnight to you all. I do wonder. Oh my. I wonder how the bit rate is currently showing as bad. I did forget that I changed one of my settings recently. Well, we'll see how all that worked out. Hopefully it's fine. Ha 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 ha. Anywho. Anyway. I was gonna look for someone to raid, but I don't want to. Good, good, good. I'm glad. Goodbye. So long, farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Adieu. Adieu, adieu to you and you and you. Goodbye.